I'll have to remember to shoot him a message. All right, we're live. Yes, you are first. Yeah, I had a microphone issue. Otherwise, I would have been live 5 minutes ago when I said something in game. But for some reason, my computer wasn't seeing my microphone, so I had to deal with that. So just finished getting everything going. Meow meow. All right. There's that, and that. Let's go up here. In my Puppet Master shenanigans. I like it. All right. I think we're all set. Yep. All right. I already did my shopping this morning. We went through and got every attachment I could think of. Well, not every one I could think of, but every one that I was missing. So everything that can be bought has been bought. Yes, enmity, good. The armor plate, I'm not too worried about. Let's do mana conserver. Not too worried about that either. Should I do converters? I don't think I should. I think I should just do another mana tank. Yeah. Beautiful. Now, meow meow. Somebody mentioned that there was a guide in Discord for Puppet Master, and I'm hoping that that guide has Mango's Pup Guide. There we go. Let's see if there's any attachments he mentions that I don't have. So let's go in here, automaton. Is there a way to sort? I forget. Fred, hello, and on the goofball, hello, hello, hello. So glad you're both here. Han the goofball. All right, so I don't remember seeing Strove. Oh, it's right there, duh. All right. Valor Edge head with sharp shot frame. That's a really good combo. Mango really knows what he's talking about. It looks like I've got all of the attachments. Yeah, it looks like I've got all the attachments, so that works. Do you even carry? What's up, Nate? How you doing? Well, the pup info that I'm looking at is the one in Discord. Mango has a pup guide in there. I'm mainly just using it for the attachments so that I know what's available on this server. And I'm comparing it to what I have right now to see if I have all of the attachments. So I do have auto repair 2, damage gauge, flash bulb. I got all the important stuff. I steal your bird from you. This is Amanda's bird. His name is Babaloo. He's like, what am I doing? Am I going on your chest? Am I going on the monitor? No. You're staying with Mama. Oh no. Oh God.
He's like, okay, you said no.
You're adorable. He's gonna go down here and then try to climb up the monitor,
I know,
Cooper.
I know.
He doesn't want to be on stream.
I wanna
You
get
can
him.
grab Aurora's bird if you
She
want.
she's been aggressive for out of nowhere.
Hmm.
Yesterday, Aurora went to take her out, and she literally dive bombed her and started scratching the fuck out of
Oh wow. I guess I'll have to go work with it.
her. Aurora has been it.
Aurora is too soft with it. Oh God, I got a phone call, everybody. I'm sorry. Hello? I'm alive. Yourself? Right?
Oh, that-
Yeah. The 23rd would. Sounds good. See you then. Bye. Sorry, everybody. I have my oxygen needs maintenance. So, what in the world just happened? Did I miss something? Did Brit do what? I'm so confused on what just happened. Oh, Brit subscribed to Twitch Prime. Why did I not get a notification about that? That was weird. I mean, my bot caught it. So, thank you, Brit. I love you. So, as I manage inventory and set up Bazaar. Meow meow. I'm sure you could come up with some content. As it stands, I'm actually struggling to think of content right now. I feel like I do need to go and do some stuff. I need to level my puppets magic. I need merits. I don't know if I could solo Dynamis or not. Let's go shopping. Let's see if we can get a couple gear upgrades for the Puppet Master itself. Because I've been very focused only on the puppet, which is the way it's supposed to be. Puppet Master's a weird job like that. You focus on gearing up your puppet first, and then you gear yourself up. So let's see. Let's try for a new weapon. I know I'm going to replace the weapon eventually, but let's see. We could go with the Wah Bang Knocks. After EJ and I get back from Utah, possibly getting my dog, maybe I can see about coming. Yeah, we could probably work something out. Let's see. Maybe Rune? Latent effect, strength +7, counter +1. And I don't know what causes the latent effect to. Now these are good. Hades Sancti. Because they have that subtle blow and they have an enmity increase, which is really good for Pup. I wonder how much these are. No price. Okay. How much are the regulars? 15K. Let's try 20K and see what happens. Oh my lord. All right, how about 30K? There's no price history, so I have no idea what they sell for. 40K. I'm assuming it's gonna be like 100K. What? 75K. All right, let's see if you're right. Nope. More expensive than 75K. And I don't think I'm willing to pay 75K. Or not more than, I mean, let's see what it takes then. Hold on. What was it? Hades Sancti. Let's see here. It is a 101 bone craft, 36 smithing, 49 wood crafting. Skill cap at 112. Takes 2 iron ingots, 1 bloodwood lumber, and 2 Cerberus claws. I think the Cerberus claws are the expensive part. Considering they only drop from NMs. So we'll just use the regulars. I mean, the regulars are only 15K. You know? Let's see. We'll just do 16 to make my life easier. Tiger fangs, dungeon jars. All right, now let's see what we're lacking in equipment. So first, let's go through and analyze what we've got. These, if we can find a better headpiece, we will, because the automaton side of that isn't too great. The max HP MP is not technically necessary, so if we can find a better chest piece, we might switch that out. But it's going to be hard because this chest piece does have accuracy on it, which is really nice. Yes, I can hit find my phone for you. There you go, baby. 7 mil? Holy crap. I don't think they're worth 7 mil, to be honest. All right, let's go back. The gloves enhances maneuver effects. So these we always want to be wearing. We could use a sheet cast to just use them when we use maneuver. So that's an option. Enhances cure potency. So while we're using spellcaster, we want to be. These are a full-time item. So while we're using a spellcaster puppet, those are on full-time. Because spell interruption rate down and cure potency is really nice. Now these, right now I'm gonna wear them because I don't have anything better. But they become a macro item for repair. So that's where those are at. So let's see what we can get. Head, chest, and feet are our primary things right now. Now, head, if I remember right, really we want a Walara turban, which is part, if I remember right, is part of the TOAU storyline. So the Salahim Sentinels. Because I don't think we have many options that are really going to be worth it. We got Fairy Hairpin, Wyver, Rainbow Headband. You know, Rainbow Headband's not a bad option until you get the Empress Hairpin. Green Beret isn't a bad option because that has accuracy. Accuracy is one of your primary goals because your weapon skills are just so bad. Yeah, I think we'll hold off and just get the Wallara turban or whatever it's called. I forget what it's called. Why am I looking in neck? We're not looking for a neck right now. And I need to sort by level, please. See, this would be nice. Morgana's coat hard. Blah, 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 blah. Actually, no, it wouldn't. Wouldn't do very much for us at all. By level. Magic accuracy. And so that's a caster. So no, we're not a caster. Problem is we wear the same kind of gear as a caster. As you can see, there's just not a lot that we can use. We have to go all the way to level 37 to find anything that we can actually wear. As you can see, everything else is caster gear. So we may have to do relic, because that's another option. Let me pull up the relic. Puppet Master relic. That's artifact. I think it's Pantin is what it's called. All right, so the body gives us HP accuracy, subtle blow, and automaton accuracy. I think that's what we're gonna aim for, is relic for the body. The head gives automaton regen, which is really nice. So we'll probably go for the relic head as well. Yeah, Usukane. I actually don't know what Usukane is. Let's see. Legs is vitality, accuracy, and automaton magic accuracy. So those become the primary for non-healing spellcaster automatons. And then same with the feet. The feet are magic, mind attack, int mind attack +5, and then automaton magic attack bonus +5. So looks like we got some dynamics to do. That's what Nate uses. Got you. Let's look it up then. Usukane. Oh my lord. It's the Usukane Haramaki set, right? Haramaki? Oh, I may have been saying that wrong. It definitely does look good. Doesn't have anything for puppet, obviously, because it's not a puppet-only set. But yeah, the body, I think, will take it. I'll definitely use that. The body. Yeah, all the pieces are great. We won't use them all only because we're always trying to maximize the puppet. Piece bonus for the set. That's not bad. Now the question being is, where do we get it? Acquisition. It's saying things like Arapago remnants, Buffalo remnants, Silver Sea remnants, and Xylome remnants. I don't know what that is. I've actually never heard of this set But anyways, so what's the other one we were looking at? Body. I think it was hands. Was the other one? Hands and feet, right? Because the legs we were gonna keep using. Sort by level. Avatar. Rune Bangles, defense 32 and evasion 5 as a latent. Oh, man. Battle bracers. Those aren't bad. How much are battle bracers? 20K? I don't think I'm going to pay 20K for one accuracy. Fencing bracers? That might be worth it. Yeah, fencing bracers are definitely worth it at 20K. It's salvage. Okay. So I got to do salvage. What are we wearing for a waste item? I actually, yeah, I have this for when I'm tanking with the puppet. Like, the puppet's gonna tank something, cast spells. I can finally use this. But I have it. Tilt belt's good, though. We're gonna keep the tilt belt. Now I am gonna have to start using. I'm not gonna do it now because I don't want to do Lua scripting while I'm on stream. But next time, by Monday, we're gonna be using a Sheeta cast to macro these in for maneuvers. All right, Nate. I'll see you later. Try to have fun at work. One system at a time. Do I want the velocity ring or, well, obviously I want the elusive. That makes sense. You know what? We need to look and see where our next animator comes in. Puppet Master. Puppet Master. Let's see. Where are animators? Turbo animator +1 at 71. I wonder if he made it so we can, like, if he lowered the level requirements for deluxe animator. That would be neat. All right, so we need 15, I guess 15K ampules of Therian Ichor. Delucia and Nashmau is the one that will give that to us. So we might as well go talk to her. I think we're actually pretty well set on gear for now. Especially since we got that new hand-to-hand item. So let's go view house. I think 3 is my puppet master. Yeah. There we go. Oh, I forgot I even had these. I guess I could have been using those, but now we have these, so. All right. Let's go get her done. That was a little bit of a lag spike right there. All right, so we're going to go to Nashmau and talk to this person to see how much it actually Kalusha and see what happens there. Why am I lagging so bad? That's weird. Just wanted to make sure it wasn't lagging for you guys. That was really weird. I don't know what that was about. Go. He is over here in the back. Is he on the first floor? No, he can't be on the first floor, right? He's in house show. Where is this guy? Nope, that's an exit. It showed him being in the bottom left corner of Nashmau. We'll figure it out. All right, hold on. Let me go look again. Maybe I'm crazy. Oh, I'm an idiot. Yep, I'm crazy. It's the bottom right corner of this section of Nashmau. There she is. About smoldering lamp, obtaining. All right, so where do you spend your Icar then? If she's not so confused. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll have to look into that. Wait, about compensation. Okay. Ah, I have 1,920 ampules. And it takes 15,000 for the animator plus one. That's okay, though. All right. So at least we figured that out. Now, we've got several ways we can go today. We can just go grind skill and get merits. We could do, we could see if we could solo some Dynamis. Oh, I wonder if you can use trusts in Dynamis. That'll be the key. Why did I do slash OOC? That was weird. It's not as weird as it seems, actually. Slash OOC is what you type in EverQuest. And I do play EverQuest, so, you know, not that weird.
You said adapt or die, so I adapted past you. I'm falling
All right, so let's try and get some. You know what? I think we're gonna try and get some relic gear since we can use trust. So let's see. The Pantantage is in Dynamis, Tavnasia, and Zarkabard. So we're not going to either of those. See the Tobe. Control. I would love to get the body piece. Dynamis, Bucidine, or Tavnasia. Why do I get the feeling that all of the puppet stuff is going to be in... Oh, no, here we go. The hands are in Dynamis Winders. So it looks like we're doing Windy. What do they drop off of? Well, they obviously drop off the Puppet Master mobs, right? Maybe? I don't know. Oops, that's not what I want. I clicked the wrong button.
When it finally obeys. No screams. No mess. Just systems giving way. I'm not
Dynamis Winders. I just want to know what I'm targeting. I mean, more than likely, I'm just going to have to kill everything because, you know.
We never accounted for enjoyment. We never modeled absence.
Relic armor.
This wasn't supposed to feel.
Alright, it just links it.
Wasn't supposed to feel good.
Target neutralized, not alive, irrelevant. Morality jettisoned for maximum efficiency.
Alright,
You said
we're just going to go to it.
optional, so I turned.
So first we need to go to Zarkabard because I haven't gotten that.
Why won't it feel guilty?
I haven't got that cutscene yet. I have killed Shadow Lord. Haven't gotten that cutscene yet. Operating at full rate.
False ending. This is your style. False
And
ending.
Babaloo's little dickhead.
Why is Babaloo a dickhead?
Because he has a big bowl of fresh water. He
If
puts
there's anything
That's-
left,
okay,
stand
and
down.
it's folded, and he goes right for my fucking bottle of water, drinking out of it.
You mistake mercy for a feature.
Being nature. That's
Never installed.
And
not
why-
surprising.
Defending the world, I'm just unpretending. I
Yes.
belong in it.
Baron Gandhi. That's where we need to go. Baron Gandhi. It's a liberty. You know, I just realized this. I probably could do this. Because it's, what is it? Basel, right? Oh. I think it's Basel. Would be really embarrassed if it isn't.
For stability. We optimized outcomes.
Yep.
We minimized risk. We didn't
Because I remembered getting the crystal. Ah, I got the BB.
On him.
I just saved the day accidentally because I wanted to mess with my child. He had a poopy diaper and decided to mess with mama. Is that clean diaper? Oh, So he had poop on him from the diaper change.
Bird. He walked over right under and sat down trying to talk to him. Him being a little dick, he turned around and shit on his leg. Oh, that'll lose reality. Got more.
I don't think he did that on purpose.
No.
All right, there we go. So we now can do Dynamis. Now I need to remember where we get the Dynamis lamp from. All right, so I need to examine one of the set of trail markings to receive a cutscene. They're outside the residential area of each entrance. So we want to go to Winder's Walls. Okay, so we're going to use Warp. Of course, I unequipped my Warp Ring. It was fine. Winder's. What did I say? Winder's Walls? Yeah, the Winder's Walls, and we need to go. You want up? You know, you could say Dada up instead of sticking your head under my arm, you goober. You want something to eat? I got sausage. Want some sausage? It's not great. Okay, he's happy with that. All right, where is the residence? Residential's down there. No. It was fine. Man. Thank you. I didn't really want it, but thank you. There's like a crumb of sausage that fell when he was eating, and he's like, "Here, Dad, have this." There's the trail markings. Grab the home point crystal first. There we go. Then trail markings. So I got a vial of shrouded sand. So I need a timeless hourglass to enter. You'd think I'd remember all this. All right. All right. By trading 50,000 gil to one of the goblin NPCs waiting by the entrances to Bordeaux, Devoy, or Castle Ostroja. I'm trying to remember what the quick way to Bordeaux is. Let's see. Bordeaux is Durfland. I think the outpost warp to Durfland is going to be our fastest. Because I don't think we have book warps. Oh, mister, you can't lean sideways on me. Straight up and down, or you hurt Dada. The Dada is broken. Thank you. You mean to Bordeaux, right? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is Devoy. I don't freaking know. I'm just hoping that we only have to pay for it once. Like back in the day. Or not back in the day. But maybe not. I mean, Gil isn't hard to get, so like 50k Gil is not hard. Pasture Marshlands is where Durflin takes me. Yeah, the Juggler would be Devoy. So, you might know, Han. Is it a one-time purchase for the Prismatic Hourglass, or do I have to purchase it every time? I'm human. Now that we're doing Dynamics, I should really get rank 10, though. Yeah, retail and several of the several private servers adopted it too. I guess we'll find out, right? I mean, we'll know if it gives me a key item when I use it. We'll know if it's the permanent one or not. Because that's how it worked in pretty much everywhere I've had the infinite use one. Is when you use the first hourglass, it gave you a key item. We'll find out pretty shortly, though. Did I go the right way? I think I went the right way. I did go the right way. Look at that. Hey, and there's our friend. Hi, Mr. Friend. Oh, jeez. All right, hold on. Yeah, they all end in IX. Okay. But pass through, blah, 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 blah. Now, if you want a prismatic hourglass, I'll sell one to you. $50,000 gil. Okay. So let's get it and see what happens. And really, you're only paying 40,000 gil because you can take the old busted hourglass and bring it back and give it. You get 10k for it. 500. Oh God, I wouldn't be doing dynamics with 500k. Bugger that. Woo. I'd be like, you're on your own. I bet you my warp ring's on cooldown. Yep. That's all right. Da, da, la, da, 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 da. Lord, run this land. We'll just mount up and head up to the outpost. All right, so we're gonna do Windows first. Hopefully, not get pwned in the face, but we'll see. I'm going to grab mine. Okay. Well, I think if you want to come with, I think you only need one hourglass, and then I can put the whatchamacallits in the bazaar for additional people. I think is how it works. If you don't get the key item, I guess is where it's at. If everyone has to have, I would assume that it's the reusable one then, because I know with the one that you couldn't use, one person would get it, and then everybody would get copies of it for that run. Oh, going in there full. They don't call them raids in here. It's what, alliance? A full alliance going into Dynamics? How expensive that would be? Oh my god. Oh. You know what time it is, right? It's tickle time! Tickle, tickle! You want down? Can you say down, please? Say down. Say down, mister. Say down, or I poke your belly. Say down. What you got on your chin? There we go. All right. Go get the mama. Go get the mama. Nope, that's not who we talked to for warping. This is who we talked to for warping. Whoops. Play bounties. So I want to move this monitor over a little bit. There we go. I like that much better. Now I don't have to like tilt my head to see around the microphone. And while we're here, I need to go grab Signet. Is there anything in rank 6 that I want? I doubt it, but not a bad sword. We'll grab one just for when we level blue. That's gonna go in 5. 5 is gonna be my blue tab. Sun and bam. Travel. We're going to Windurst. Windurst Walls. Was it a key item or did I actually get an hourglass? I think it was a key item, right? Yeah, it looks like a key item. Okay. So I think it's the reusable one. I have 113 minutes remaining in Dynamis. Command. Get a light maneuver going. Double check our gear one last time. There we go. All right, let's see how we do. Where'd he come from? So far, so good. I mean, it's not going too bad. Get XP best. Down to Texas. Oh, white shells is what Winders drops. Okay. Gotta keep an eye on our inventory too, because we don't want to fill up and not get the relic drop if it drops. Go puppet, get those magic gains. No.
It was our head.
I'm betting one of the kids have it.
Oh,
What are you doing back there, child? Hey, look, we already got 2 pieces of currency. Oh, Jesus. That's not good. That's a lot of enemies. I see how it is. It's all linked to those idols. Oh, this could be bad.
stop that.
As a Peru just did his first convert. So we got to get through these quick. Oh, I am getting my butt kicked bad. Oh man, this is not looking good for us. A Perusa half mana. That was a big aggro range too. Like I turned the corner and they were and they're like, "Let me eat your face." Probably gonna be relying on root relying on root for heals here in a minute. And Apuru's out of mana. He's officially out of mana. So we are now relying on Rue for heals, which he's stepping up. He's stepping up and doing the job. All he's got is Cure 3, though.
About
Oh, okay. That's not something we should talk about right now. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
They said don't come down here.
Yep. Oh, I'm down.
They said keep
Oh, we were so close. I don't think it's gonna let me back in either.
but the road
We'll try, but I don't think it's gonna let me back in.
and the fire was so unlit. Hey, rolled in dusty tires, smell like a warning. Midnight convoy, moon sick and yawning. Crosses on the billboard, fear in the fun. Every mile marker screaming, repent or ride. Bible in one hand, other hand gripping the mic. Got figures in the bag like we bet in our life. Pentagram sitting under denim and thread. We don't bow to the pulpit, we talk to the dead. Church bells ringing
Nope.
like thread in the air.
We want to go this way.
They pray loud, but they eyes stay violent. Face so fresh, I gotta kill the silent. Gas station prophet yelling in the days.
All right, we need to go in, change sub job to and from Sam. You know, we probably should switch to like monk or something. Actually, we should switch to thief. Not for anything other than the fact that we want treasure hunter. I think it's only TH1, but it's better than no TH at all. Looks like it's going to let us back in. We'll see. I don't know why I went to the home crystal. That was silly. Ready? Let's go. Yes, it did let me back in, everybody. We're good. It's not a one fail. All right. Activate. I should have roll reversaled at the end there, but I forgot that I had it now. All right, and we want to summon our trusts again. We got 105 minutes left. You know, Volker's really not holding threat, so we're going to go with Shantoto. Because at least, like, Shantoto, the nukes are intermittent, but at least they do decent damage. All right, let's try this again. Let's see. All right, come on, aggro. All right, I think we got hate. We're run this way. Did we get it? No, we didn't. Okay, can you? We're gonna go after the assassin first, because owie. Wait, how am I already dead? What just happened? I don't even know what just happened. According to the logs, I only took like 500 damage. You know what? We're gonna just rush in and kill those idols. I feel like that's the mistake that I made. All right, it's a learning experience. Yo, Earth, what's going on, brother? How you doing today? Yeah, I'm trying to do Dynamis Windurst and get my butt kicked. But it's because I don't remember Dynamis at all, so I think that's why I'm having issues. Oh, you know what it is? I have a fucking red sickness when I came back in here. That's why I died so quick. I just saw that. So we need to wait for this to wear off. I am in a weakened state. So we just need to wait for that to wear off. 10 minutes. Oh my god. What NM are you camping? I just hope it doesn't stack. Like I'm not looking at 20 minutes. Tiamat? Forget, what does Tiamat drop? Hmm. Like when you go to jail and Star Citizen and went from Lee an hour to 4, you know, from an hour to 4 because I kept messing up, right? Harold Gator, Smithing Torque, and one of the Nin Sam hands. Oh. I'm in here trying to get Relic, what is it? The Puppet Relic hands, was it? I forget now. Yeah, Puppet Relic hands. I ran off the rail twice, 0 grab. Oh no! You're like, I'm gonna YOLO into space! But yeah, definitely. Like I've got the artifact hands for when I need cures. And so I'm working on these as my full-time, like other than when I'm using my puppet for healing gloves. But gotta wait for the sickness. Down with the sickness. You know what we could do while we're doing this? We could play Hellforge. I have not gotten the pup earring. Where does that drop? Actually, I don't want to play that while we're waiting because that'll soak up my attention, and I don't want my attention to get lit. So, oh, pup earring. DNM, OB, and Undersea. Oh. Okay, so I'm going to have to do some ZNMs.
Maybe you're right. Maybe every path I map collapsed behind me. Maybe I was always a glitch, the dust in my own responding. The echo in empty hallways, the unpatched bug dragging me down.
Yo, Earth, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome again to the Barbie Army family. Glad to have you, mate. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I think I still have, I think all my emotes are still Final Fantasy related, or at least half of them. Hold on, let's look. Let's see, I've got a little chocobo and I've got a gunblade. And then the rest are, two of them are Letterkenny, and then one is a little, like, Zelda bunny. Or Link bunny, I should say. Link bunny. Ah, what did I didn't want mod view. Ew. Where's the gunblade? The gunblade. I need to redo my emotes, to be honest. Jeez, that sickness still hasn't worn off. Brutal. I'm a streamer. I can't afford these sicknesses. People don't want to just watch me sitting. Oh, Lord. Sometimes I lie awake, glitch in my code. In the pill, bright arenas, loading slow. You drawing? Can I see? Wow, that's such a good drawing. You want to draw some more? You want me to draw? Okay. Here, we want to do a bunny rabbit? Look, we're going to do a bunny rabbit. All right, see, there's his ear. And we're gonna come down here, and that's his eye. And then we're gonna do his cheek, just like that. But we don't do it because the ear's in front of it. So we go around. Let's give him some like character to his cheek there. There we go. See, look. See? Here. No, you go. It's your turn. You want me to keep drawing? Okay. There we go. Well, let's get his other eyeball. There we go. And then we get his other cheek. There you go. Now you got a bunny rabbit. No, it's your turn. It's your turn. You draw. You're going to draw on my drawing. I see how you are. I make you this beautiful bunny rabbit, and now you're going to make it your own. Go show Mama. Go show Mama the rabbit. The rabbit you drew. All right, we're no longer sickened. We can go kill some stuff. Hello, Mr. Idol. You are going to die now. Oh man, I bet you it's yep. Got my old ones on right now because that's the last thing I used as pup sub beef. We're gonna take care of that other icon too because he hurt. Oh my God, let me attack. We're definitely hitting harder, which is nice. Compared to how we were hitting last night when we were meriting. I was hitting like a wet noodle. I think that helped a lot. As you can see, my health is dropping a lot slower, so it's definitely important to kill the idol first. Oh wow, Shintoto, that was a brutal. I guess it wasn't brutal. 1570 for a Thunder 4. Yo, Planeswalker Pain, what's up, my dude? How you doing today? The assassin's all over a Pururu. Or a Pururu. We've definitely learned our lesson. Kill the idols first. We're gonna resummon a Pururu after this fight too. Because he's already converted once. Well, that was rude. What was that? Minjin Gakur? Something like that. I don't know. The only AoE that I think ninjas have. Get him, puppet. Get him. Yeah, let me give you some ice maneuver. Let's end this guy. Just end him. All right. I almost forgot. We gotta get rid of a Pururu and bring a Pururu back. What am I looking for? This is what I'm looking for. I definitely think Shantoto was a good call.
The desert waits.
That two?
Sand shivers beneath the
Yeah,
sun.
that's two. Oh, this might suck.
Hearts align.
I need a ranged attack is my issue.
Shy Hulu rises.
Do I have anything that can be used at range? I doubt it. I mean, I could try this. Come on, icon. There we go. Oh, we lost the puppet. It's okay, though. We'll get him back in a minute. It was worth it, though. Pulling that separate like that, that was definitely worth it. In the desert, we stand proud. I thought we got one. No, that must be a Wings of the Goddess thing. There was a way of summoning your puppet, but in a like broken state that they put in. I really think we should add that in because that was very helpful. Let's see how it does with Dragon Kick. Much of that? 858. Okay. That's not bad actually. Sneak attack into Dragon Kick. We're gonna tell a Pururu to take off and re-summon him. Ooh, we got a Colossus Skull. I remember those being like needed for something. I don't remember what, but I know it was needed for something. I remember farming those. All right, hold on. What we're gonna do, Master. No, we want Automaton. We're gonna do the Valorage frame with. You know what? Let's. You know what? We'll do both. Since we're actually trying to do some stuff, we're gonna do this. Okay. So let's set it up. Tension spring. Let's remove all first. There we go. Tension spring. Tension spring 2. Let's do strobe. Tuner. Turbocharger for haste. Then we want our armor plates. And then target marker, coiler, mana jammer, optic fiber, and an auto repair kit too. There's target marker, coiler. Where's coiler? Do I not have coiler? Huh, I don't have coiler. That might be a... Am I crazy? Equalizer. I guess instead of coiler, we'll use hammer mill. That'll give us shield bash. All right. Mana jammer, optic fiber, auto repair kit. There we go. All right, and then let's give him. Let's start with a thunder maneuver. Oh, I was too quick. I didn't let him actually hit it. There we go. All right, now we want a fire maneuver. And a dark maneuver. Oh, what did you just... Chimera Rippered him. Nice. What did you just use? Oh, that was the prelate casting Tornado on him. Let's repair him. Monster Helm. I think that's a warrior, isn't it? Let's find out. Wow, we're already up to 15 white shells. That's not bad. And 4 colossal skulls. And it's a Beastmaster. Which actually is kind of neat because I do like playing Beastmaster. Ooh, we got 3 of the jade shells. I forget how many of those are. Are those the 100? I don't even know. We got a relic maul. Doing pretty good so far. Wow, we've got 3 of the 100s already. That is nuts. All right. Anything close? No, we can just go right in on this one.
Sandburns cold wings bite deep, footsteps echo where shadows creep. Empire trembles, prophecy foretold. The desert strikes, the sandburns cold. Closer the sandburns cold, hear it scream. Dreaming rise,
Am I not close enough? What is happening? Oh, he's in the freaking wall.
strike like the wind, the sandburns cold. Closer the sandburns cold, destiny calls. Worms beneath, hear their thrall. Eyes on the throne, hearts uncontrolled. We ride the storm, the sandburns cold. Rising from dunes, no chains can hold. Every secret whispered, every lie told. Spies vision clear, mind sharp and light.
Puppet's over there trying to solo him.
When the desert's real, blades flash in the moon, shadows collide. Every dreaming warrior
I
when the worm is got.
Martin
Watch spies creep, they never know. The sand
walked in.
reveal all the desert's gold.
Then tell Aurora to go to the go see guidance until the class is over.
Looks like Honey's out today. So I have Aurora sit in the hall until I see.
Yeah. And what we're gonna do to keep the puppet alive is roll reversal. Which is funny because I just gave him my full health. That's only 59% of his health. Oh, Cannibal Blade. It's only leeching 22 health. Of course, I am not doing too well with keeping fire maneuvers up, so that's probably part of it. There we go. Thunder. Thank you. But Dad is a little busy, okay? But you can draw. There you go. You drew all over my bunny rabbit. You had me draw this nice bunny rabbit for you, and you turned it into scribbles. It's okay. I think your scribbles are prettier than my bunny rabbit. All right, here, take it. That's very pretty. Oh, we actually do have to kill the wyvern. I thought it disappeared when you killed the dragoon, but I guess not. The shadows fall. Hey, look at that. We got a merit point. How many? Can't see around that corner, but I'm gonna guess one. However, a Pururu's like out of mana, so we're gonna resummon a Pururu. What am I doing? That's not what I want. I want trust a Pururu. As soon as we get to the last enemy, I'll roll reversal again to heal the puppet up a bit. So yeah, me at full health is 63% for the puppet. That's kind of cool. He's a tank. Nice shield bash. Yep, Apuru is basically having to convert on every fight. I should have brought some food. That was silly of me. I love how they get to Mijin Gakur and it doesn't count as them dying. Like, they should die from that. The puppet actually pulled threat there. Oh, we got Scout's Bracers, a 100, a Jade Shell, and a White Shell. Nice. How many White Shells does it take for a piece of gear? Like, I feel like we're getting tons of them. We don't have roll reversal for 20 seconds, so we're gonna do a repair. And we're gonna resummon a Pururu again. Or a Pururu. I'm like, get out of here, son. Oh wait, no, never mind. Come back. I know Sparkling Stone is for something as well. I wonder what if is my. Oh, he's got quite a few melee skill ups to get still. Coco Power Automaton. Assassin's Bonnet. There we go. Getting lots of gear, just not for stuff that we're needing. Actually, Assassin's Bonnet's not bad. It has enhanced mug effect. Not bad, an 1102 Dragon Kick. It answers the divine. Pile of relic iron, nice. Word. Yeah, hit him with that Thunder 4. Boom. That's what I'm talking about. Go, go, Shantoto. I feel so bad for doing this. I feel so like, what's the word? Ungrateful to a Pururu, but what has to happen for me to keep going? I should not have Dragon Kicked it though. I should have Raging Fisted, but that's okay. Nice. We shake. Oh, I missed with Dragon Kick. Holy crap. Oh, there we go. He siphoned 144 health with that one. We own the night. I mean, in reality, I should be doing this on Thief, but I just love being puppet master, you know? Yeah. It healed itself for us to whack it back down again. Crunch. Another jade shell. Good job, Shentoto. You took that idol down. God, how many jade shells is that so far? Six jade shells so far. That is nuts. So far, I don't think we've even had a chance at a puppet artifact. I mean, relic armor yet. Oh. Nice. Keep sucking up that health there, Rue. I'll roll reversal with you as soon as I'm full health. Oh, I got a step 2 out of that. That's nice. And Shentoto comes in with the kill. All right, Apuru. Sorry. I gotta let you go and call you back. That one's gonna be a rough pull. I think if the puppet can pull them solo, we'll be okay. Because I think the puppet can walk up there and not link them. We're gonna let the puppet die. All right, that worked out. We got some separate. That actually worked out. Whoa! What just killed me? Diamond dust. Ouch. Yeah, that'll do it. I think we have to kill the avatars as soon as they pop. Because Diamond Dust just wowzers. Yeah, that 2 hour just murdered me. We did a pretty good job splitting the pole, but that was brutal. I won't fall. It keeps putting on the wrong gear. You know what? Might as well check the delivery box while we're here. Nope. Nothing in delivery box. Yeah, that was brutal. One of the emotes will have to be me on the ground with the word brutal above it. Oh, we only have 18 minutes left. Oh, we got to get the puppet summoned. We're only going to get a few more kills. So it doesn't look like we're going to get our puppet relic armor today. Or not today, out of Windurst. I'm assuming we can go do the other Dynamises. Okay, I'll talk to you about it after. No, I didn't want Volker. I want Shantoro. Ice in my lungs. Nice, good luck. I mean, you kind of know what you're to expect now. Thank you, mister. I don't know what this is, but thank you. Hey, what are you getting after? You want the tweezers? Here, take the tweezers. You don't need both sets of tweezers. You give me these, you have those. You want both? Fine. Take both sets of tweezers. Go tweeze mama. But yeah, it looks, you know what you're looking at now. You have 16 minutes. That's not right.
Fear is the mind crasher, but I don't freeze, I rewrite the code. Sand underfoot, sun overload. I walk where cowards don't reload. I must not lag. Here's the mind killer. A glitch in my soul. I'm the cold refiller. Here's the death scream, black fate disaster. But I respawn strong, I reload faster. Here's that little death camping near my lane. Tryna gain my focus, break my game. But I face that dread, it start not quit. Let it pass through the flame, I'm built for this shit. No pause in the
Yeah, that's weird. I don't understand why.
just XP I accumulate. When the fear rolls past, I scan the map. No threat remains, just a power.
I don't understand why it would tell you you only have 16 minutes. Oh, that's not right. We running it. Nice. Looks like we're going Dynamis Sandoria next. I won't follow. See, that's monk only. There's got to be a hand-to-hand weapon that's for puppet, right? Oh. Yeah, I guess there isn't a puppet weapon unless they made the relic knuckles usable by puppet. I don't know. All right, let's see if we can get a couple more kills before the timer runs out. I wonder if the timer is shared. All right, I'm not going to try that mess again. We're just going to go over here and kill that one. I should be able to get that one cleanly. Of course. There's a fucking avatar on this one, too. Come on, get it down. All right, there. We got that. Let's get the icon down. Oh no, it's got the Garuda out now. Switch to Garuda. Switch to Garuda. Before it 2 hours and murders our face. Time remaining 5 minutes. Oh, I hate summoner ones. If we had a stun, it wouldn't be too bad. I think we could stun the 2 hours, but I'm not 100% sure of that either. But this was definitely the way to do it and be guaranteed to stop the 2 hour. Those two would definitely get linked. I'm not so sure about that one. We're going to try and puppet pull it. It did hit it, right? Yeah. I was going to say. Where's the icon? All the way over there. That's weird. All right, we can do it from here. That one worked out pretty well.
I didn't see the front door.
It didn't.
I just like that's
Where's the baby?
right here.
Okay, then. I understand you've seen a light, but I didn't see the front door open. Wow, he mentioned concurred early. Not even 50% health. Guy is dodgy. We only have a minute left. Will we get the kill before the minute? Come on. Oh. Almost got that last kill. Almost. It's all right. We didn't do too bad for a solo run with like basic to the basic gear. We got 6 jade shells. We got 41 white shells. The relic maul for white mage. We got the beastmaster head, the ranger gloves, and the thief head. So really not a bad run, honestly. Not bad at all. The fuck is this? Final Fantasy 11. It smells like beef. Oh, that's my feet. We're gonna stick all our relic gear in here for now. Excuse me. Colossal skulls I know are important. I don't remember why, but I know they are. Oh, you've gotten into Fortnite again? You know what? I just want to see. So I got 20 hours before I can enter Windurst again. I know there's something in Gaia that can lower that when you're ranked 10. I know that much. So let's go find out. Custom content. So Rhapsodies in Azure is attained after completing rank 10 and lowers the wait time for Dynamis from 20 hours to 3 hours. Rhapsodies of Moab, attained after completing Chains of Promathia, lowers the wait time for Limbus from 20 to 1 hour and lowers the wait time for E&M from 20 to 3 hours. And then Rhapsody in Crimson is attained after completing Treasures of Odd Urgen. That lowers the wait time for assault tags from 20 hours to 3 hours and lowers the wait time for Einherjar from 20 hours to 1 hour. So you could do Einherjar every hour, which is kind of neat. So let's look at mythic weapons. Hopefully there's a mythic weapon for speak with Coco near the runic seal in the ruins of Ozdal to learn about vigil weapons found in Nizzle Isle. You have to have completed Auto Game Mission 3. Does it not list what the mythic weapon is? I do need to do my stringing pummel weapon skill quests. I'll need to get Infernal Claws from Nizzle Isle. So there is a mythic weapon. It's I need to get Infernal Claws. Which are really nice. Damage 17, delay 49, enhances martial arts effects, suppresses overload, gives you stringing pummel, and has an aftermath. What is your issue? What happened? Did you hurt your footsie? Daddy. So it looks like I need to do some Nizzle Isle. Really, I should be working on getting rank 10, and then after that, I'm not playing. I'm not playing Wizard 101. Yeah, missions unlock the one for Dynamis that lowers it to 3 hour wait time. Once we have that, I think we'll. Oh, excuse me. I think we'll. I played Wizard 101. I never got into it. I don't know why. We are gonna check out for the last hour of stream. We're gonna check out a new game, Hellforged. Maybe not last hour. We're gonna do the last 30 minutes. The last 30 minutes of stream, we'll check out Hellforged. It's in play test right now.
Baby, let's go to the beach. We finna roll some trees. We getting higher than high. Baby, we flying right over the sea. Girl, I know.
All right. So what are we doing? We wanted to see if we could get into Dynamis Sandoria. So let's have a look and see if that's possible. Southern Sandoria.
If you have, then you know exactly what I mean when I say that this is bliss. I love summertime when you get to spend it high on the beach with a gorgeous chick. Never gonna find nothing better than the time when you're looking in the eyes, stone this shit, man. Soak it in, let the sun sunshine roast your skin. Hit the blunt, try to hold it in. Better not hit it too hard, cause the shit is grown in Oklahoma, so you know it's so legit. How dope is this? Sitting by the ocean with a fat blunt of some potent shit, with no regrets. Time to hit cloud 9, sitting by the ocean shit. Baby, let's go to the beach. We finna roll some trees. We getting higher than high. Baby, we flying right over the sea. Girl, I know what you need.
Grab this home point while we're here.
We can have fun, let's watch the sunset while we smoke on some weed. Baby, let's go to the beach. We finna
All right, so it's a overall dynamics lockout. So let's go ahead and work on rank missions for the rest of the stream. Bastock rank missions.
Please tell me, how did we end up in the ocean? Playing and floating, we off that love potion. Basking in the sun, laughing, smiling, having fun. Break out that beach towel and some suntan lotion. Tangled up on a pink flamingo, sipping tin can, puffing a gringo.
All right, so Return of the Tailkeeper. So we need to go talk to a Bastock gate guard.
We covered in sand, gotta go to the hotel, shower to the stove. Baby, let's go to the beach. We finna roll some trees. We getting higher than high. Baby, we flying right over.
Nope, I had enough of Winters today.
Girl, I know what you need. Come and sit closer to me. We can have fun, let's watch the sunset while we smoke on some weed. Baby, let's go to the
So we're gonna go talk to the big gate guard, then go to Bastock Mines, talk to Medicine Eagle, Zaroon Mines, talk to Drake Fang,
girl, I know what you need.
and then take a boat to Palboro Mines.
Have fun, let's watch the sunset while we smoke on some weed. Hey.
Oh, we gotta give crystals first. We need a certain amount of rank. I think we got plenty of crystals though. Perfect. You can never have too many conquest points, you know, because you can always buy the gear to sell it to a vendor or on the auction house, but mostly to a vendor. You got 157k conquest points. All right, there we go. Rune of the Tailkeeper. Return of the Tailkeeper, not Rune. All right. So now we go to Bastock Mines H5 for a cutscene.
Spirals on my mind, scars deep in the fingers.
Summon Leviathan, drown the pain deep, but the flood won't crest. All I do is weep, every treasure chest, empty as my soul, searching for a triforce to somehow make me whole.
Locked behind temples, riddles on my psyche. Ganondorf whispers, your fate is unlikely. Sid's airship grounded, ain't no flying free. Mountains look high, but there's no climb in me.
Potions empty, fairies wings clipped, heart container shattered, emotions dipped. Phoenix down, can't raise what's gone. Fighting chaos, but my spirit withdrawn.
The guide's like, quickest way is Unity Warp. I'm on a private server. I don't have Unity Warp. Meow. I do have Outpost Warp though. That'll probably get me pretty close. Who are we looking for? Medicine Eagle. At, what was it? H5.
I wake up in the dark, no fairy, no spark. Hearts in a bottle, rope torn apart. Clock town ticking, time running low. Moon in the sky, feel the weight of my soul. Every chest that I open is empty inside. Try a force of courage, but I'm losing my pride.
I swear he's right there.
I can't lift the pain, lost in the lost woods.
Then we have to go to Zaroon Mines,
But the boss won't fall. Trying to find a potion, but
which I think is the mine. Yeah, it's right off of Bastock Mines.
good, the story's the same. Heroes feel
And then we can take the boat from Zaroon to Palborough. Blah, 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 blah. No, it's next to the boat from Palborough. Then we go to Western Altepa Desert. That's what it is. Time. All right, so we're headed to H6. I feel like it's this way. No, it's gonna be up. My bad. My bad. And we're looking for Drake Fang. There he is. Okay, so now we need to go to Western Altepa Desert. And remind me what the region is called for that. Huzots. And I think, yeah, the outpost is in Eastern, but the exit to Western is right there. So EA. Okay, I see where we're going. It never lasts. A distraction, another delay. I'm a restless wanderer lost in the fight, but I'm gone by night. But can't stay. Always fades away. Yeah. Or is it just me? Let's see. I don't know why I'm talking to the crystal. I need to be talking to the outpost guy. There we go. We're on our way. Find it belong. See? Right there. We're literally like right there. Like right there. And hold on. Unless all right, so yep, I see right where it is. Are these aggro? Technically, they're aggro. So we'll do this. We'll mount up right over there, summon trust, kill the dude, call it a day. Or dudes, it's technically two sphinxes. That better not. Hey, can I see that? Can I see that, please? Can I see it? Yeah, you shouldn't have that, mister. Thank you, though. The Dragonborn. Oh, no, we need to go this way.
Solitude, rifted and more, but none of them feel like they got an open door. Books on my shelves that I ain't ever read. Same with my thoughts.
All right, there it is.
Meant to slay dragons, meant to be great, but I'm mixing potions and staying up late. Friends all moved on, took their own path. I just keep restarting, chasing what I had. I'm the dragonborn, but I don't feel strong. Starting new journeys, but they don't. Settle down, lost in the wilds of this old town. Is it the curse of a hero or just my own mind? Too many roads, but none that feel right.
Maybe one day I'll stick to plan. But right now, I'm just a wandering man. Now, I chase, living in cycle, never feeling free. And I feel like you got enough to go.
Books on my shelves that I ain't ever read. Same with my thoughts, bouncing around in my head. Meant to slay dragons,
And to be great, mixing potions and staying up late. All right, gotta check the question marks and then go talk to Tall Mountain and Bastock Mines on Ore Street by the restricted section. I know right where that is. There we go.
Is it the curse of a hero or just my own mind?
Many roads, none that feel right. Maybe one day I'll stick to plan. But right now, I'm just a wandering man. I think we're gonna. What are you doing, child? My leg. He came from the bedroom.
Sure.
Today?
Yeah.
Great. We're gonna set our home point here.
Hey. What did you hear? What? Fuzzy, no.
Nice. Oh, okay. That's not bad for freaking 16 minutes. Next time we'll have to go together. We'll probably clear a lot more that way. That happens. I mean, you saw how I was doing. Oh, okay. Okay. That completes that mission. Next up is the Pirate's Cove. Might need to trade some more crystals. We might have to stop at my stop in the Mog House to grab some. We'll see though. That's not for your mouth. That's Ucky. Don't put that in your mouth. Oh, looks like I can get it already. The Pirate's Cove. Will I accept this mission? Yes, yes, I will. So I need to talk to Naji and Metalworks. And then talk to Gilgamesh in Nord. Travel, fast stock, Metalworks, point one, go. I take it you sent them a message about the contents of the paper.
Yeah.
Is that why they're coming today?
Oh, no. Or when?
Oh, okay. Oh no. Might as well start the Rise of Zillart missions. Hold it right there, buddy. This ain't no cafe. What business do you have here? That's totally the like voice I imagine for him based on the dialogue.
Despondent, Freeport, no map, no guide. Lost in the dark with the pain inside. Pulling mobs, but they pull me back. Trying to stay strong, but I'm losing track. Got my buffs up, but they fade too fast. Guildmates talk, but I'm stuck in the past. Try to hold on, one more quest, but the weight of the world sits deep in my chest. Respawn or release, fight or let go. The Reaper keeps calling, but I tell him no. Every night's a battle, every day's a test. Trying to find light, but I'm lost like the rest. Shadows and Nectalos, thoughts in my head. Fighting these demons like they're
Rawr. Rawr.
don't sleep. This game in my mind both cut.
Rawr.
Looking for purpose, chasing a sign. Reading the
Meow.
lore, can't rewrite me.
Meow.
Friends leveled up, left me
Meow.
stuck in the grind, losing my time.
Oh, there it goes. Come on up here, Ozzy. There's a good boy. There's a good boy. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are. Such a good boy. Meow. 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 Wow. Wow. Now you got a cat in a cup. All right. Ugh. Oh, okay. Okay. That's enough. That's enough. There you go. No! Program! What did you do, man?
Shadows and Nectalos, thoughts in my head. The Reaper keeps calling, but I tell him no. Every night's a battle, every day's a test. Find light, but I'm lost like the rest.
Shadows and Nectalos.
Thoughts in my head, fighting these demons like they're undead. Rest at the inn, but I still don't sleep. This game in my mind both cut too deep. Looking for purpose, chasing a sign. Reading
No, Program. Don't give in to the power, man.
losing my time. Respawn or release, fight or let go. The Reaper keeps calling, but I tell him no. Every night's a battle, every day's a
Woo, woo, woo.
find light, but I'm lost like the rest.
Yes, Ozzy, I love you too. Come here. Come here. Come on. Oh, up we go. There you go. Does that make you happy, puppy? Does that make you a happy puppy? Are you just a big old lap dog? Are you a big old lap dog? He's gonna break his tail. Oh, oh, he's a good boy. He's a good boy. He's like, I kind of like it up here. You want Ozzy down? All right, Ozzy, down. Oof. Good job. Good job, Ozzy. 20-hour cutscene. I should have rethought this. Here, take this map of Norg that you don't need. You want him back in there? Well, what'd you take him out for? There you go. You got a tiger in a pot. He's stuck. Yeah, he's stuck. You had me put him in there. Of course he's stuck. You told me to put him in the freaking pot. You goof. Welcome to my wonderland. I've already got one. See? You want Dad to use that one? That is a nicer one. Not as hard. Here, Dad, I'll use that one then. Yeah, I'll trade you. Take that one. Give Dad this one. Thank you.
I'm lost in the shards of a Luklin sky. Vexed the calls and I don't know why. Focus slips as the moonlight gleams. Raiding feels like chasing dreams. The guild shouts orders, I drift away. Thinking about spells.
Oh yeah, this one's much nicer, softer. The other one I had was from the hospital.
Ancient temple under attack. Vex those maze has me spinning. Boss fight start, but my mind's still grinning. Flashing lights, I lose the thread.
Try the oak door again.
Or so they said.
We need to keep talking to him so we get a rock.
ADHD dancing through it all. I'll keep on fighting, rise or fall.
Lost in the flow of Vextal.
100 ads, my mind's ablaze, but I'm stuck reading chat in a daze. Macro set.
Do I have a chunk of adamant ore?
Pulling a name I didn't even know. They tell me mana, but I've gone dry.
That's a good question. Do I have a chunk of adamant ore?
While a 10 hurrahs casting a glare, I'm comparing shit.
I don't appear to. Hopefully there's some on the auction house.
Maze has me spinning. Boss fight start, but my mind's still grinning. Flashing lights, I lose the thread, but I'm here for the loot, or so they said. Chaos reigns in this moonlit hall. ADHD dancing through it all. I'll keep on fighting, rise or
All right, adamant ore first. I love how it tells you to go to Ifrit's Cauldron in the guide, but doesn't tell you that you need an adamant ore until the next step. I wonder how many people have been gotten by that. Like they just follow along instead of reading the whole thing. And they're like, oh, I need to go here next. What do you mean I need an adamant ore? Oh no, I don't have one. I gotta go all the way back. I'm gonna guess it's in smithing. All right, we got a chunk of adamant ore. Now we need to go to Ifrit's Cauldron, which is Yoder Jungle. I know I don't have the home crystal, so we're gonna have to go back to Baslock Mines for the outpost warp. Tails fits like a guiding hand. Rise and fall. Alright, let's see where we're at. We are in Yoder Jungle, which is where we want, and then we need to the I-5 entrance. So I-5 is this entrance. So if we go here to there, I think is how it's gonna work. Abilities, mount. Yes, we can mount. There are some places that I'm used to being able to mount that we can't mount on this server. Like they're outdoor, but they're not classified as outdoors, so we can't mount there. And we're like, oh my god, this is so inconvenient. But whatever. Legends made. All right, and then we need to take, at the first fork we go south, at the second fork we go north to a lava puddle. I wonder if we can mount here. Nope, can't mount here. All right, first fork we're going north. Oh wait, no. First fork we're going south. And they do aggro. That's why I stopped. I wanted to see if they would aggro. Bombs and bats, and then we got to take north at this fork, and then there'll be a lava pool. At H7 there'll be a lava pool. Trade the adamant ore. We got a magma and a salamander. I don't have a bad feeling about it. I think I'm gonna be fine. Oh, thanks, Bach. Yeah, I ended up hooking up with a new friend last night, Ripley, and we ended up going out to the Locust Calibres, and not only did I hit 75, but I ended up getting a little over 100 merits and fully merited out fully merited out puppet master. I do it a little different than most people because I take a rank in role reversal. But other than that, me and Mondo's build like merit builds are the same. All right. All right, we got the frag rock. It just drops a bunch of frag rocks. All right, so we get that. Once everyone has a frag rock, return to Norg. And then return to Najee in Bastok. They were also seen kissing under the tree canopy. I mean, that might be true. What are you planning on doing, Han? Okay. I don't know why I ran away from that. We need to go to Nord. Oh, is it? What mission are you on? I mean, if you want, I'll do it with you. Are you Bastok? Oh, 3 paths. Oh, no. Oh, Lord. Oh. Do you already have rank 10? Maybe do ranks instead. Yeah, 3 paths is brutal. It is my least favorite mission in the entire game. Like, there have been private servers that I couldn't do it. I couldn't stomach to do it again. They didn't have enough quality of life for me to want to get through it, and I made it all the way to there, and then I started it, and I just couldn't do it anymore. I think I trade it to him, right? Yeah. Frag rock. All right, now we go tell Najee. The irony is it's the only nation that I've never done before. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to be Bastok for once. Because I normally pick sandy or windy. Yeah, it is dusty. But mine, it's always dusty. But I'll probably do all 3 on this server because it's not fun. not fun. Because it's fun. Yeah. You know? No, Bastok. Metalwork. I would agree with that. I do think Windy had the best story for their rank missions. Fun, according to the Taru, yeah. I'm not a big fan of how Windy is laid out because it's just so massive. But other than that, it doesn't bother me. Rank 7! All right, we've got the final image next. Let's see. Talk to Sid in Metalworks. Maybe. I might have to trade some crystals. Matter of fact, we're just going to bypass the might and just do it. is split into two north and south. I was losing my mind looking for Quest NBC. Sandoria has North Sandoria, Southern Sandoria, Port Sandoria, and then that like Palacey section. And then Windy is the one that has like that one area where it's two sections that two sections of the same area. There's a northern section and a southern section. Yeah, Winder Squatters, what Box said. Yeah, that one drove me bonkers. Let's see, storage. I think I got crystals in here. It shouldn't take a lot of crystals, but all right, that should be enough crystals. Me? No, I haven't. Not on this server, anyway. Oh, I did not know that, Bach. Oh, that's sick. Uh-oh, was that not enough? We're a little short. We'll just go to the auction house and buy a stack. I've got plenty of conquest points, so I have no worry about like donating extras for conquest point at this point. There we go. All right, now we can go talk to Sid. And then we'll port back to the auction house because we're going to need silent oils and prism powders. Oh, that's cool. We just hit a 100 messages in chat today. That's awesome. Sid is back this way. Oh, I forgot. We still have to talk to the guard. I'm a smart one. That I get you. Oh my god! No! You can't do that. Get the dog out. Honey, he's in with little foot.
Come on. No. You can hurt my. Look at me. Look at me.
That's a little.
Hi.
Oh,
I'm not with mom.
so you guys probably hear it. The baby's crying, and the reason he's crying is he just got in trouble. He put the dog in with our smaller bearded dragon. Thankfully, the dog doesn't have any interest in the bearded dragon, but it just freaks the bearded dragon out. Obviously, big old dog in there with he's like this big. So, oh, I hear the door shut, and I turn around, and the dog's inside the enclosure with the bearded dragon. I'm going, oh no, oh no, yeah. Oh, that freaked me out. Where were we? All right, we got the thing. Um, let's go get silent oils. We need some silent oils and prism powders. So are you playing something else for now, Han, or what are you doing? If so, I have. If not, I have a suggestion for something you can kill a little time with. Oh, you're back on the mission? That was a long break, man. That was so long. So the game that I would suggest, it's called Hellforged. It's like Diablo meets roguelite. So it's a roguelite in that you have waves of monsters and bosses, and it kind of feels like Megabonk. But you also have gear that you collect and equip. So I haven't actually tried. I'm gonna try it after stream today, because now that we're doing missions, we're just gonna finish up stream doing missions. Metalworks, and it's free. It's a playtest right now. Like it's in testing right now. So there's only one class right now, or one character, I should say, that you can play. But all right, now we need to go talk to Sid. Don't let it pull you away from Final Fantasy for too long, though. All right. We're gonna go to Rome Eve and get some reinforced Kermit. Sanctuary Zeta, I think that's the Lidolor outpost warp, if I'm right. So, and it's a roguelike, so you're gonna die and die and die, and that's the game. But it's great for killing some time because, you know, it doesn't take a lot of time to do a run. Fairly certain it's Lidolor. All right, I see where the exit is. Nice. Let me know what you think of it because I haven't actually played it yet. I downloaded it and I've watched a few of my friends play it. And I've been meaning to give it a shot, but haven't had time. You know, because I'm trying to rebuild the stream after being gone for so long, and you know, I'm trying to help the server grow by rebuilding the stream. So I want all the people to play on Gaia. Yeah, I think honestly, I really feel like they got the perfect balance of perfect balance of quality of life while still giving us some challenge and something to work for. Okay. What time are they supposed to be here? Well, you gotta have some nostalgia for it as well, Vin. You know, if you don't have any nostalgia factor, then I can understand it feeling funktastic. Yeah, that's part of the charm. Made your one character all Bard echoes too. All right, where is this? I'm looking for the triple question mark to get the reinforced Kermit. I think I'm in the wrong section. Oh, that's pretty sick. Where is this triple question mark? I feel like the game is trolling me. Trolling me. Is that so, mister? That's Dadaz. That's Dadaz. Let's put it back. Thank you. Oh, was that it? Ah. All right, let's find a safe spot to summon the trusts. Rest. Oxygen tank for my brittle chest. Get him! Yeah, I just gotta clear out probably this one and that puppet. Should be able to pull it over here to fight it. Thank you. What is this? Oh, jeez. You can't be playing on my controllers easy either, mister. You goofball. I will load up a game that you and I can play together later, okay? I promise. You know what I do have for you? A pancake. Pancake. Is it me or did the puppet pull aggro? I think the puppet pulled aggro. He's like, hey, Papa, hold my beer. How tight is, by the way, this week? War. Next week? Who knows? I like it. Oh, you got the hands? Nice. I mean, I'm so jealous. Oh my God, will you just die already? My poor puppet. Oh, of course that thing would come up the stairs. I mean, the puppet is super low level compared to the weapon. The poor puppet was down to 78 health. Oh my God, child. You are a brat. You're a brat. Yes, you are. Dada loves you, but you're a brat. What are you doing to me, child? Okay, I'm a jungle gym. What are you doing? Mommy! You want down? I see the puppy. The puppy wants your pancake.
Puppy? Yes. Yes.
I guess we're killing this weapon too. Mitha, I can't see through you. I just thought you should know that. No, thank you. Dada's not hungry. Dada's not hungry. Thank you, though. No. Dada's not hungry. Oh, really? You realize the dog just ate your pancake because you threw it. You know that, right? That's Dada's wallet. You leave Dada's wallet alone. No, you don't need the freaking heat bulb. Let go. Stop trying to take stuff off of there. I eat you. I eat you. I eat the baby. I eat the baby. Ah, ah.
This,
I eat the baby. I tickle the baby. I tickle the baby. You want down? Okay. There you go. Ow, that hurt. What do you mean there's nothing ordinary? Oh, this is a different one. That one doesn't count. Crap. Oh, that was a waste of time. That one's from something else. I just saw a question mark. All right, so it was the same question mark. Where is this question mark? Give Daddy's wallet to Uncle Vin. I mean, you can have it. There's nothing in it. Cobwebs. This is driving me nuts. Here, question marks. Where are you? I got to have missed it somewhere in the middle. There, found him. Oh. Nice. Congrats, mate. Pixel by pixel, I built what they broke. And now we got to find the question marks again, which they moved. So
Spear in college like a rogue with a cause. Hacked the final boss, rewrote all the laws. No trophies or fans, no credits or fame. Just a ghost in the system who mastered the game. Deleted the I respawned in the shadows, no cheat codes to save. Life hit like a boss fight, I rose from the grave. Controller in my hand, yeah, I map my own path. No save files, just scars, but I still make it last. Pixel by pixel, I built what they broke. Yeah, yeah. No tutorial mode, just a kid with hope. Loaded into a new world, sunny skies on the screen. Thought maybe this level had less traps, more green. Got upgrades quick, new wheels, clean gear. NPC smiled wide, said you're safe here. But the code was corrupted, kindness a mask. A side quest in disguise, just a darker task. Started school in the zone, thought I'd find my squad. But the enemies are stealthy, grinning like a god. Settlers caught fire from aggro on the map. I stepped into the flame, tried to spring the trap. But the bosses were buff, my stats way high. I took damage daily, just trying to survive. I respawned in the shadows, no cheat codes to save. Life hit like a boss fight, I rose from the grave. Controller in my hand, yeah, I map my own path. No save files, just scars, but I still make it last. Pixel by pixel, I built what they broke. Yeah, yeah. No
tutorial mode, just a kid with hope.
At school, I was target locked, quartered in halls. Outnumbered, every fight bounced off the walls. No backup, no potions, just fists and grit. I'd flash and red, but I refused to quit. XP came with pain, no loot to show. Just burst sprites and broken flow. Came home to the same zone, glitch after glitch. Daily PvP with the sons of the witch. Tried defending the party, caught stun and slash. Broken ribs, black eyes, still no cash. No escape route coded, just rinse and repeat. I was farming suffering just to stay on my feet. I respawned in the shadows, no cheat codes to save. Life hit like a boss fight, I rose from the grave. Controller in my hand, yeah, I map my own path. No save files, just scars, but I still make it last. Pixel by pixel, I built what they broke. Yeah, yeah. No tutorial mode, just a kid with hope. Then the devs flipped the script, placed a trap in my bed. Claimed I picked up an item that poisoned my head. Called in the system lords, searched my pack. Scanned the data files, still no crack. No contraband, no hacks, just lies in the code. But they patched me out, threw me off the node. Kicked from the server, labeled bugged and flawed. Shipped to a colder zone, no chance to applaud. Wasn't justice, just a lazy hot fix plan. But I kept booting up like only true slaves can. Shadows, no cheat codes to save. Life hit like a boss fight, I rose from the grave. Controller in my hand, yeah, I map my own path. No save files, just scars, but I still make it last. Pixel by pixel, I built what they broke. Yeah, yeah. No tutorial mode, just a kid with hope.
Where is that? Killing me here. You know, I probably ran past it and just didn't get a target on it while I was running.
Joystick fumble, my hands can't steer. 13
No, in this specific one, it moves. It has a chance of spawning in the exact same spot, but as soon as you summon it, the triple question mark disappears, and you have a chance of it being right there, but you just got to go find another one, which is nuts because I've checked pretty much all the areas it could be. That's what's confusing me right now. Because where I just was down there was where I killed it. All right, let me make sure I'm not crazy. E10, E9, E10, E11, must be an elf. Got it.
Woke up this morning, health bar low. Inventory's full of pain, I can't throw.
Practice.
Side quest gold, no recipe in, just 5 little players all counting on him. Mama's glitched out, stuck in the base. Anxiety loops like a timed escape. And I'm stuck here fighting boss after boss. No cheat codes, no pause, just taking the loss. But I'm still here though, my screen's gone red. Still respawning though I make the beat.
That's it. A lot longer. That's gonna get. Let's see. On my way. I need more rank points.
My 13's running like a rogue gone wild, drawing sharp lines with a soft heart child. The 9-year-old's got a rage-filled blade, but I see.
You got a tie on now, mister?
My healer's 6 with a soul that glows, but his mana burns fast when emotion flows. The mage at 11.
Want to come show everybody? Show everybody. You're a handsome boy with a tie on. You have a tie on. Are you happy you got one of them? Yeah. Can I tickle you? 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 I'm tickling you. Tickling you. Hi. We can't both wear the ties. Yeah. Oh, I got your nose. Look, I got your nose. Yeah, I got your nose. Going back? Yeah, you got your nose back. I take your nose. I get it. Oh, look, I got your nose. I got your nose. Ah. I'm back? Boop. Yeah, you got your nose back. Tickle, tickle, tickle. Here we go. There you go. Get your nose. Oh, look, I got your nose. I got your nose. Now give it back. Give me your nose back. There you go. You got your nose back. Loves it. I'm gonna take your nose again. Whoop. You got your nose. I got your nose. You want it back? Go back. There you go. Your nose is back. Want to see something else? Let's just. I do. All right, ready? Whoop. All right, look, 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 look. Ooh. Ooh. Look, I'm gonna make look at my thumb. My thumb. Ooh. Ooh. All right, I got my thumb, right? Got my thumb. Ooh. 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 The simplest little magic. Good, Nate. Good. How's it going for you, brother? We just finished the final image. Now we're about to start uh, ah, back to up, up. Okay, up, up. You want me to take your nose again? Take my nose. Go to me. Whoop. See, I got your nose. Got your nose. I got your nose. I got your back. There you go. Got your nose back. And I got your nose. My back. Or your nose back. Whoop. And your nose back.
There's your eyes. And your nose. Eyes. Well,
Yeah, Han's up farther along than I am.
no.
And my nose. Got my nose?
Where's
Yeah, I'm in
Bubbles?
back.
Where's Bubbles' nose?
Ah! And my nose.
Where's Bubbles' nose?
Whoop. I got your nose. I got your nose. Want it back? Your nose back? Oof. Where'd your nose go?
One.
Where's your nose? Yeah, I'll get it back. Right there's your nose.
I can never keep bird on my
He crawled up on top of your head.
Yeah, I don't ever put him up
That's fun. I frequently have scratches on my face. Where did it go? Want me to take it again? Boop. I get your nose. Gonna make it disappear. Boop. Look, where's your nose? It's up there. Watch. There. Got it. I got your nose. Yay. You're welcome.
My gosh.
You're just so adorable.
there. So, Daddy, where your belly button is, not your nose. So, Daddy, where your belly button
It's
is.
fascinating. Yeah, that's your belly button. Good job. Your nose, yeah. Got it. Poof. There you go. Where is it? It's up there? All right, right here? All right, hold on. I got it. Boop. I got the nose back. You know, they come to watch me. I guess the side thing is but want me to take your nose. If I keep taking it off, it might go back. What are you gonna do without a nose? Ah, I didn't know. Ready? I gotta throw it. Come on. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Up there? Right here? Or right here? Which one? Here or here? This one? Or over here? Over there? Oh! I think that's a good idea. That's and the bird's gonna crawl down me. And I'm gonna bottom. Oh,
Like I'm home again.
sorry. I just finished. Was this rank
I got it. I got him.
7.1. 7.1.
Where did he
Level
go? There?
Which
Where? Right
is,
here? Or over here?
Oh, oh. I had to go do the online rank.
Oh.
Ready? You want down? Want down? Oh. Okay, I get some furniture. Am I furniture? Am I a chair? Whoop. Now what? Now what? Here, we'll throw it to the bird. Now, Bubbles has it. Bubbles has it. Here, give it back, Bubbles. There you go. All right, you gotta go get Mama, okay? You gotta go get Mama. Gotta wrap up stream. Go get Mama. Oh. Yeah, I attempted Dynamics today. Dynamics. Got owned. Got some loot. Talk to the. Got 6 jade shell. That was real. That's
I don't want
Report to
I walk through the streets like a half-erased page. Decades in hell and still trapped in that haze.
thought I just did that. I forget.
Transparent, just smoke in a coat.
I forgot to talk to Sid.
Glowing under pale ghost skin, old wrists.
Oh, does it?
Refusing to
In what way, Nate?
Nobody saw me when breathing still hurt. Now they all flinch when I stand in the dirt. Son, I don't mean to step in, it's just what I do. An old reflex from a boy who once shielded you. No throne, no terror, no demonic decree. Just a glitch in the system that won't let things be. I don't want to be invisible, but God, I'm scared to be seen. I don't want to fade
That's what happened.
into nothing or become something mean. If I shine, will it burn what I'm trying to save? If I speak, will they turn and walk
Dude.
away? I just wanna matter without digging my grave. I don't want to be invisible, but I don't know how to stay.
Went and talked to Sid. Now we have
Some kind of curse. I never
talked to Barry.
I just made it worse by standing between the blade and
Oh,
the
just-
vein. Now violence stutters, confused by my name. Outcomes unravel.
Cause I play.
Intervene, the ending
That's what you.
rewrites where the blood should have been. I'm not a savior, I'm barely a sin. Just a hinge on the door that won't let hell win. Shadow looks at me like I'm something real. Husk just nods, no
I mean,
pressure.
from a content, yeah.
Last, smiling like I'm a new kind of game. While
I have just so much
I
stuff
was
to do.
winning his reign. Morning star's
Hey.
laughter echoes soft in my
Nope.
head. Power looks good on the
I love you,
broken, he said, but kindness and hell.
Your nose is stuck up there? Did Mama take your nose?
First, it was his
Where? Up here? Hold on. Yeah. You sure that's your nose? Well, come here. Bruh. Yeah. It's not sticking. Hold on. Yeah. There you go. You cannot get enough of this.
told him his toes ran away. So then he ran into the bathroom going, my toes, my toes.
I gotta. Watch this.
Take one more breath and be free. I don't want to be
Actually,
invisible.
Captain Babaloo.
So if you can see me,
Here we go. Put on Babaloo.
stay close.
Now Babaloo's got it.
Maybe
Babaloo has it. Alright, hold on. I'll get it from Babaloo. Okay, I got it from Babaloo. You want it back?
Ranger!
Oh my lord.
Ranger! Dallas,
The dog's getting pellets on the
look
my
at him.
lord.
They're telling him to.
Yeah, Earth subbed. I'm so happy. Okay, you kid.
Come on, Jerry. Son, mommy will do it.
Mommy knows magic
Come on.
too.
The ranger won't let him go, so he's trying to crawl under him. Ranger! Come on, let's go do it in the back. Hey,
But like bandies.
I help when I can. It's a tick of the hand, like winding a key in a clockwork command. No halo, no horns, no glorious plan. Just doing the thing that I somehow began. I don't want to be invisible, but I don't want eyes on me.
I hope that's
I don't want to fade to nothing.
Apple Club. There we go. There we go. Don't want on my. I must need to go talk to you. Oh wait, yes, I do want on my. I'm dumb. Now I go talk to them. Yeah, hold on. There you go, mate. Oh, wrong way.
Morning star laughs in the back of my mind. Red static whispers, power is kind, but kindness here is a dangerous art. It grows like roots through a fragile heart. I don't deal in absolutes, no, those shattered me before.
Oh.
If hell is a locked and rusted door, then maybe I'm the hinge. I won't be invisible, but I won't eclipse the sky. I'll stand between the blade and breath and let the ending guide. If I glow, let it guide. If I break, let it mend. If I rise, let it be to defend, not to end. I don't want to be invisible, and I don't want to be alone. So if you can see me flicker, stand close and let me be known.
Oh, did I do it with Gaia? Not a lot of people are on right now. Sorry. I figured it went on autopilot.
Where the whispers don't notice the sound of my feet. I'm near for ages, or so it would seem. A flicker, a
Or Bass
a half-forgot dream.
Travel.
Blood on the floor, but it glows neon bright. Funny how dying improved me at night. Everybody saw me when I was alive. Now they all look when I barely survive. I help when I can. It's a tick of the hand, like winding a key in a clockwork command. No halo, no horns, no glorious plan. Just doing the thing that I somehow began. I don't want to be invisible, but I don't want eyes on me. I don't want to fade to nothing or become what I might be. If I shine, will I burn? If I speak, will I stay? If I matter too much, will I scare them away? I don't want to be invisible, but I don't know how to be seen. They call me a title I've never
But you
quite heard.
your nose is up there.
Lord dances absurd as a word. I never asked for a throne or a crown. I just stepped in when
It's
the
here?
knives came down.
There's nothing there. Yeah, nothing there. Your nose is right here. It's on the floor? Okay, yeah, it's your nose. Give me your nose. Boop. There you go. You got your nose. Throw it off. You just throw it on the floor. You throw your nose on the floor. Mama, catch his nose. Ranger, shut. Quiet. So the cockroach. Cockroach. All right, here we go. All right, I'll borrow mine. Fairly sick.
Absolutes, no, those shattered me before. If hell is a locked and rusted door, then maybe I'm the hinge.
That's oh, we're sick.
But I won't eclipse the sky. I'll stand between the blade and breath and let the ending die. If I glow, let it guide. If I break, let it mend. If I rise, let it be to defend, not to
Oh, it's up.
I don't want to be invisible, and I don't want to be alone. So if you can see me flicker, stand close and let me be known.
Well, stop throwing it on the floor. I can't. I'm out of magic. Mama's got to do it. All right, here we go. Mama, cat. Uh. Yeah, you think that.
You knew the type of us before. Don't pretend you're innocent. You like the edge, you like the scent.
Now the game is I take his number off, throw it mom down the hall.
Step inside, don't hesitate. Curiosity sealed your fate. Take 101 books about sex. Stacked high like promises and threads. You blush, you turn another page, but your silence only feeds this day. Don't laugh, don't run, it's far too late. You
Funny because I wrote.
you love to hate. The doors were closed long before tonight. Now all that's left is appetite.
Original song. I think.
Yes, yes, yes.
Secret.
Do it just like that. Oh yeah. Feel the heat push back. Don't close your eyes. Don't fight the rush. You knew I burn. You like the touch. Neon flickers midnight hum. You're it, but feel what's yet to come. While you pretend it's just a game. Your pose betrays you all the same. I watch the way your fingers shake. Every breath you try to fake. You say you're shocked, but you're not. You're tangled deeper than you thought. 101 books about sex, but none explain what happens next. You wanted truth without this nice. Now you're caught between the lines. tell me how far you want to go. You don't have to say a word. Your silence is already heard. Yes, yes, yes. Just like that. Oh yeah. No turning back. Don't look away. Don't break the thread. You knew my world before you read.
Now we need to a room.
Mama's in the mirror painting up her lips. Red like a warning, he chose to miss. He
Third
said
floor?
you're
Is that
looking late again. So I slip into my little black sin. Phone face sent down on the dresser light. He won't be home till after midnight. He thinks I'm crying in the dark, but I'm about to light my spark. He don't know, I know all the little lies he stole. So tonight I'm letting go. Mama's out getting hot at another spot, doing something he would not. Perfume sweet like a brand new flame. If he can play, I can play the same. Oh, he don't know. Mama's letting herself go. If he's unholy at the body shop, then I don't gotta keep it holy. Silk on skin and a stranger's smile. Just for fun, just for a while. Tears left no second thoughts. He opened doors he shouldn't have unlocked. Baseline low, heartbeat slow, he's blowing up my phone at home. Funny how the tables turn now. He's the one who's getting burned. He don't know, I know all the little games he played. So I'm stepping in the shade. Mama's out getting hot at another spot, climbing to the top. Lipstick marks that ain't his name. If he can play, I can play that game. Oh, now he knows Mama finally.
Right now I chill study Malkiels, but this week I'm going to Discord, not created, but I already have a Barney, but I'm going to get it like up, not repurposed. That's in it. But Malkiel is an awful, copy. You're welcome to I can't. So I'll get a link later. Send it to you. Going to find up. There you go.
There are players grinding levels everywhere
I roll.
clearing every dungeon,
My ship has
every
something.
raid they call
Oh,
home.
thank you.
Slain
My pillow.
enemies and bosses, watch the loot drop to the floor. But the thrill I felt at level
Thought that thing was attacking me. I'm like, this is like super low level air.
I've min-maxed every stat tree.
Alright, we must have to go.
Mastered every build.
I know it's not down there.
Deleted every contract fulfilled. They cheer my high score victories and my leaderboard ascent.
All right, we're going up
But
now.
something in this end game just feels strangely spent. Oh, somewhere past the loading screen beyond the
Aha! I found it.
there must be some new world to find for players like us.
Dude, I wrote your song specifically for the sake of
Battlefield,
that.
I've broken every wall. But what's the point of winning when the victory feels small? I've looted ancient armor from forgotten pixel kings, crafted blades of legend from 100 shattered things. The guilds all sing my praises when I log into the fight, but
Guess we're getting-
inside the server fades the moment I log out at night. Is there a hidden quest line no one's managed yet to see? A secret door
I'm planning to redo it with my vocals. These are my vocals. I believe. I'm gonna do it.
where I can feel the wonder that I felt back way back when. Maybe there's a game mode no players ever tried, where the rules are still unwritten and the quests aren't pre-supplied. Oh, somewhere past the loading screen beyond this scripted land, there must be some adventure no guy can understand. I've beaten
Are you kidding me?
every challenge, still something feels
It-
unfair.
it-
I trade 1,000
It's on your face, you silly goof.
to feel like
It's on your face. Your nose is still on your face. Let Dana finish this. I gonna feed it to the dogs. I'm gonna feed your nose to the dog. Talk to you later, Nate. I'll get the Barmy Army Discord done tomorrow.
grinding
Oh,
quests
fucking-
across the endless night, chasing glowing markers by the pale monitor light. I've walked through every dungeon, every shadowed corridor, yet the thrill
There, I
that
found
once
it.
possessed me doesn't stir me anymore.
Well, I have it now. I should have
Bosses
got it when I was.
clad in armor black as coal, claim their crowns of pixels, claim their treasure, claim their soul. The servers sing my triumphs, my victories untold, but the joy I once remembered has grown strangely cold. Oh, somewhere past this loading screen, beyond these quests I roam, there must be some new realm for me, some darker world called home. For though I rule these battlefields and legends bear my name, a hollow echo haunts me now inside this endless game. The guilds cry out my praises when my shadow joins the raid. Their torches flicker wildly at the havoc that I've made. Yet when the fight is over and the spoils are all divided, I feel a creeping emptiness I cannot keep quieted. Is there a hidden quest line buried deep within the code? A forbidden gate beyond the map where no one's avatar has strode? A secret world of mystery where wonder still survives, where I might feel the spark again that once made games alive. Perhaps a darker server where the rules are yet unknown.
Oh no! In Discord, I'm opposite.
Are whispered secrets, and the fate is mine alone. No, somewhere past this loading screen, beyond the scripted lore, there lies a strange new challenge, unlike the ones before.
Oh,
I've slain 1,000 kings and claimed their thrones in flame. I give it
I'm gonna go with no. I'm not. I don't know who that. Oh. Did they message you something? What happened? That sounds about right. Oh, they stole stuff from. Yeah, no, I haven't even logged in quite a while. Oh, we're losers. Well, of course. They're like, oh no, you might actually fight me. Alright, now I gotta talk to Gumba at 7 inside an upper level house in Ashdod. At a time.
Of the universe, I leave this. I was just a son
3 minutes.
until it wasn't. I told myself it was different, that I never crossed that line. That the rhythm hit a dive that's been tied a long time. I don't agree with the words, but my head still moves and my chest feels lighter when the chorus drops. I keep saying this is fiction, like that makes me clean, but something in me accepts things I shouldn't be. I don't want what it wants, so why do I fear relief? Why does it feel right when it's said it at all? Why do I feel seen by the darkest call?
I feel that, dude. I'm about to. I finished calling it.
When they sing it under my breath. A solid rage for manners. Learn to smile and atone. Been told my sharpest thoughts should die to roll. I didn't break the rules, I just bent myself. Fully in the instinct onto a shelf. Now this voice says out loud what I train myself to mute. I hang out, call my feet when it tells the truth. If this is wrong,
Alright. Final step.
why does it feel right?
Go talk to President. Oh no, what happened to your tiger? Your tiger got eaten. Yeah, hit me up in Discord. We are now ranked 8. Whoops. All right, everybody. That is going to be the end of the stream. Nobody else is streaming Gaia right now, so I'm not going to be funny. Next stream is Monday at 10 p.m. Well, then we'll be more Gaia and probably doing a night fun. Until then, always and forever, remember to keep it strange. I'll talk to you guys later. Have a good one.